All right, buenos dias. We are here. We're here and we're going to play some more Dune. I'm very excited to play Dune. I love Dune. I want to play Dune. It's all about Dune. Dune. So I actually got to go out and use my little hidden refinery last night. We're going to be checking to see. I haven't been back online yet today. I just woke up. So we're going to go back out and see. First thing here, if my little base is even still alive. And if it is, I have like a whole idea for next week, which not today, but tomorrow, because today's Sunday, right? Yeah, today's Sunday. So tomorrow is when the Coriolis storm is going to hit, and we'll still be able to go out into the deep desert. We'll still be able to do stuff out there. We'll have to move all of our shiznit tomorrow. We're going to do a whole bunch of math. Probably not on stream. I know y'all don't necessarily want to listen to me do math. But we'll do some math. And that will give us an idea of what we need to do. Let's see. I think I'm out of water. Let's see how much water I've gained here. I think I'm out of water generation though. Well, we're up to 695, so there's that. 695, 647. Okay, so we're not out of water generation. We are going to need to go ahead and move some of this water. That'll probably be the first thing we go ahead and do, but then I do need to get some stuff today. I did manage to get a spice refinery out in my little spot out there, so I'm pretty excited about that. We probably need to turn some of this into duraluminum. Yeah, let's go ahead and bam, hit some more dura. The reason we're hitting more duraluminum is because I really need duraluminum. Because that's how you make rockets. And I want rockets. I like rockets. Rockets are fun. What's this stupid thing telling me I can make? A main hull. So let's take a look here. There's a couple of things I want to look at. Number one, we can make, oh no, we've already done these. Let's look at that boy. So we do need to make our four, do we need to make our 4 Mark 6s, or do we have our 4 Mark 6s? I don't even know. But the big deal that I'm really interested in is I want to make this rocket launcher. We definitely have enough spice. If our base wasn't destroyed and our stuff wasn't taken last night, we definitely have enough spice. So let's just go take a look here. Whoops, I fucked up. Yeah, if I hadn't filled those jugs up last night like a super smart person, we would have been over full on water. All right, what's up, my beautiful baby? I love my ornithopter. It's like my favoriteest thing in the whole wide world. It's so beautiful. Look at it. Alright, make sure my booster's full here. Use the boost to get through. Do a barrel roll. Alright, I think that's all done. We actually kind of went pretty ham yesterday. Made ourselves our Mark 6 cutter ray. It's actually on our buggy downstairs. Something else that I didn't really do last night. I think I'm okay. I think I had enough power. Yo, what's up, Wyatt? How are you? Let's go see if my base is still here. I'm hoping. We probably got to go out and get some more fuel. I didn't really do the fuel cell thing. I think I've got like a day and some change, or I had a day and some change yesterday, so I think I'm good. But honestly, I didn't pay very close attention, so it's possible I just fucked myself real hard. I go back and forth through streams because I'm watching Okemsphere. I don't know what that is. But yeah, man. You are under no obligation to be here. I am the only one obligated to be in this stream. So you do whatever you gotta do to be happy, brother. I am just glad. One of Gravy's friends got it. Man, by the time you start streaming, you're gonna have like a huge network of streamers that you've been active in their chats and stuff. That's actually one of the hardest parts about streaming, and I'm terrible about it, is interacting and being a part of other streamers' streams so that you like have the ability to sort of parlay that into your own community. So when you finally start streaming, when you finally decide you want to take that plunge, you're already going to be so active in so many communities that you're going to have a huge advantage, I think. Because I know I will for sure shout out your channel so that people go over there when I'm not on. That is easily the most difficult part. Everybody loves you, what can I say? That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I'm excited. I think it's going to be great. I think you'll do a good job. You've got that chaotic energy that really does well on streaming. Especially for other people of your age group, you know? You've got that, like, asking random questions and just being a little bit of an agent of chaos thing that I think plays really well on stream. I think you do a good job. So it looks like our base is probably there. I'm still getting my little indicator. Hopefully it's not just still only pretending to stand. On the way out, I think I'm going to try and stop at some rock formations. Let's stop at these rock formations. I want to stop at these rock formations because I want to see if I can get some more fuel cells. Yeah, I mean, that's... It's not just that you're a child, though, because there are lots of children out there who don't have that energy, who don't have that extroverted, talk to people, talk about random stuff. A lot of people concern themselves with how other people will receive what they say. And so they don't say things. Because they would rather be quiet than have somebody not like something that they've said. And you don't seem to have that problem. You just have a thought and then you say it. And it's great. I think that's wonderful. And especially if you're going to be, if you have any aspiration to work in an industry where you have to be talking all the time, you're going to be, you're going to have to be filling a bunch of dead air. And so you're just going to have to be willing to say the random shit that pops in your head. It's going to all work out really well. All right, give me some of that sweet, sweet fuel. Oh, fuel cells. Where are you, fuel cells? Oh, see fuel cell. I appreciate that, Wyatt. I like having somebody to talk to. It's nice. Oh, am I all out of freaking fuel? I am all out of freaking fuel. Ruh-roh, Reggie. Okay, we have a chem bench at our outer base. We could actually turn some of these fuel cells into fuel. Oh, somebody's taking off with a carrier here. Based on the direction they're going. Nope, they're not going any direction. Get in my vehicle. This person is trying to run away with my freaking... Oh, I thought they were. This is a PvE zone, though. They can't actually grab me. I thought they were trying to come grab me there for a second. Alright, we got 300 fuel cells. That'll last us a little while. So let's go ahead. Let's head out to the base over here. Let's drop our shit off. So next week, I want to prepare, and I want to do sort of a little challenge for the week. I want to stay in the deep desert the entire week next week. I think I'm going to try and set up 2 bases. I'm going to set up a small base in the PvE zone that is strictly for storing stuff and I'm generating my water. Now You See Me, dude. Now You See Me and Now You See Me 2 are good movies. I liked Now You See Me 1 more. The story of Now You See Me 2 was a little fucking out there. But I like those movies. They're supposed to be making a new one, I think. Yo, what up, Gravy? How are you? Oh, it is out? I might have to go look into that. Love that movie. Or those movies. There's a medium spice blow out there by my house. Medium spice. Medium spice. Medium spice. Ooh, there's a large spice. But yeah, so next week I want to do a thing where I stay out in the deep desert. So I'm going to build a small base in the PvE zone that does all my water. And then I'm going to build a large base out here, pretty much in the same style that I've got going on right now, where I can do all my gathering and all my refining. I may also try to put some refining benches in the small base so that I can refine smaller materials like copper and stuff like that if I happen to need them, but we'll see. Yeah, there's some titanium and stravidium, and someone used it all to make medium storage boxes. We need so many things before that, I'm sad. I don't know what to tell you, Gravy. This is why I play alone. Oh, I fucked up. I'm leaving my base exposed. Get down here. Down here. Build the ceiling back. Okay. Ooh. Nobody saw. Nobody saw. Nobody knows. I need to go solo farm it all the time since no one wants to come to the deep desert. I got some chicken wings anyway and some ice cream. Ice cream. Got ourselves 120 spice melange. I feel like that's not how many I had. I don't know though. Let's deposit. Oop. Deposit these bad boys. We're going to leave one of these in my Ornithopter's inventory because it's going to be the one that I'm going to drink from. And then we'll deposit all the rest of this water. And it's going to take for gosh damn ever. Yeah, see you later, Wet. Have fun. Deposit water. So many clicks. I cannot wait until we get an extract all, deposit all button. It's literally the most important thing in my life. Because I can't have my own water generation and be hidden like this. So I desperately need a water base. I also need a stupid amount of plastanium and ice melange. Well, so I have a water base that's my main base, Gravy, and it's got all my refineries and all that stuff. But this is a deep desert base out here. So I have a base all the way out in H sector of the deep desert. And it's the base where I hit everything underneath. So there's foundations all the way around the outside that make it look like it's sitting on top of a rock, but that rock had a hole in it. So I built another level below it so that I could do all of my refining out here. It hasn't actually ended up being all that valuable to me because I haven't made enough of anything to fill up my assault ornithopter yet. But I'm just kind of working on, getting it all set up right so that next week I can really get after it. So next week we're going to stay in the deep desert the whole week. I'm not going back to the Haga Basin at all. And I'm going to build a water base in the PvE part of the desert. And then I'm going to build another base like this out in the PvP part. The deep desert changes the same. Yeah, I believe it does. Believe it does. But water collection just takes up so much space that, even if I was going to use like death stills, which I could technically hide down here, I just don't have the ability to build right. I'm like chock full down here. There's no room for anything else. I barely have enough power even to run all these things. But I have the titanium for another 100 and something plutonium. I have plenty of stravidium, right? I'm making another 700 stravidium. So we're going to get plenty of that. So we're going to need more titanium. We need more spice, obviously, to make some more spice melange. But we do have 120 spice melange. I probably want to go ahead and take that back real quick because I want to make rockets. And honestly, I want to just bring a little more water with me so we can have plenty because it takes so much. And then let's bring this spice residue back too. Ooh. Goodness gracious. Stuff's heavy. Okay. Well, we're all full here. So we're going to bring this spice residue back. Let's see what else we got. Do we got anything in any of these that I need to be worried about? So I don't actually need these medium storage crates out here this time. I'm not gathering enough resources. Next week I am bringing a buggy out. I do have my Mark 6. Oh, this weight is going to be too much actually. So let's just leave this here. I do have my Mark 6 buggy cut array, which means that next week I will be good to go bringing my buggy out here so that I can actually farm up like real hard. And so the reason the buggy is so important, and the reason I'm not just gonna make a having a hard time thinking. The reason I'm not just going to make a PvE base and then do everything in the PvE is because, A, if you refine all this stuff and then take it back, you save yourself lots of trips if you can fill up your assault ornithopter. Because I can get, like 6 times as much plutonium in my assault orny as I can get titanium. Yo, what's good, Blighted? So we can just carry a lot more stuff back to our main base. The other reason it's really important is because from the PvE area, you just can't get you can't get a buggy out into the PvP area from the PvE area. So your efficiency with mining goes down considerably. I'll have to do, a third as many or even a sixth as many mining trips with my buggy as I'll have to do with my assault copter. So it's very important to get myself out there and get myself doing that. I just had a very shitty LOL game. Yeah, they're all shitty. I love League of Legends. I've played a lot of League of Legends. But goodness gracious, that game makes me want to smash things. I've broken more computers. Or not computers. I've broken more keyboards over League of Legends than probably every other game combined. 19 defeats in a row. Yone goes moored in top and won't stop being a prick. I mean, that's the thing though, right? That's why they all suck. Is because there's always somebody to blame it on. And so it makes it feel like it has nothing to do with you, right? Like I should be climbing, I'm really good, but all my teammates suck. That's just not actually true. Eventually you have to come to terms with the fact that the reason you're losing is because it's your fault. Told me I suck because his jungle ganked me and it was a 1v1. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, dude. But do me a favor and don't go play toxic games and then come rage at people in this chat. Like, you're just bringing the toxicity over here. If you want to escape the toxicity, we can, like, talk about something else. But all you're doing is bringing the toxicity from over there into here. I mean, you literally just told me that somebody has a brain parasite, which is just your way of saying that that person is really, really stupid, which is totally a toxic thing to say. I get it. You're angry about the game. That's fine. Just don't bring it in here. I wasn't kidding when I said don't bring it in here. Making generalizations like that doesn't do any good. Saying that people who play Yone have low IQ is a dumb generalization. It doesn't have any basis in any reality, right? There's no correlation between a player's IQ and their fucking pick in League of Legends. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. No, I have not finished the last gun quest, Gravy. I am not muted, Blighted. I'm just angry, so I'm not talking. My toxic trait is that when I get mad, I get mean. So when I get mad, I have to be quiet so that I don't say mean things to people and then regret them later. Yeah, no, the las gun is super useful for taking down bases. You pretty much solo take down bases with the las gun. Which quest line is it that gives you the las gun? Is it the main story quest line? I honestly need to go through and beat a bunch of the trainer quest lines and get all their weapons and all that stuff too. Some more levels so I can have some more skills so I can go do stuff in the deep desert testing stations and cutting edge contract from the Crossroads trade post. Oh, okay. Raiding in this game can be extremely beneficial, Blighted. Not always, because you can end up kind of getting a lemon base. But you just have to kind of pay attention to what base you're raiding. There are people who take resources and stuff out there and build legitimate bases and do refining and stuff like that, like I'm doing. So you just have to find a base that actually has that stuff going on and then raid those fools. Yeah, I plan to do some raiding. It's pretty difficult to raid because you have to wait until a sandstorm goes by and then you only get 6 minutes. So it's a pretty, like, have to be there at the time, ready to go when it happens kind of a thing. But yeah, I'll be doing some of that. There's some chill people in the deep desert today. We were co-op spice farming from the ringmouth field. Yeah, I mean, if you get into a ringmouth field with other solos, they're usually really, really easy to deal with because they just don't want to die, right? Hey, there's a Mark 6 rocket launcher. What's up? Give me some of that. I mean, it can be, sure. It's not a big part of the game. And it was never supposed to be a big part of the game, Blighted. But there is at least some ability to do it. But I mean, like, if somebody had raided my base last night at any point, they would have gotten 120 spice melange out of it, which probably would have been worth it. It wouldn't have been that hard to raid my base. It's not like you have any sort of defenses or anything like that. It's just being in the right place at the right time so that you can take out a person's walls and stuff. Alright, so we're going to get our wings. We're going to get our rocket launcher. You can honeycomb it. That's absolutely true. But if you honeycomb it, make it less useful. Because it becomes difficult to use, right? You have to know where everything is, and you have to go through a bunch of doors, and you have to do all these other things. So you're absolutely right. Honeycombing your base is a form of protection. You have to balance that against how tedious do I want it to be to use my base. You know, how likely is my base going to get attacked? And if I honeycomb it and I make it really huge, then that honestly kind of makes it an even juicier target. And so it makes it even more likely that it's going to get attacked. Like, my base right now in the deep desert is basically invisible, even though it's right out in the open. Nobody knows that I have anything in my base other than the 2 generators that run my pentashield and a flat place to land my assault ornithopter. So nobody's trying to raid me. And even if they did try to raid me, they might not ever notice that there's stuff underneath there. It's possible that I could get raided and then still have all my stuff, because they would have to break the floor to see if there was anything under there in order to actually get anything. I mean, like I said, it's possible. It's not a foolproof plan, right? I'm not over here delusional thinking that, like, I'm the smartest person in the world and nobody's going to figure it out, but I think it's pretty clever. I think it's working pretty good. Oh, that's broken. This is going to break soon. I'm going to have to make a new one. Bew. 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 No, they're all broken. Now I can't assemble. Okay, well, drop that one. Drop that one. We'll make a new Mark V cut array. I built it here. Mark V welding torch. Use the shit out of some welding torches, dude. Alright, assemble. Mark 6 wing. Mark 6 wing. Ooh, yeah. we've got our little rocket pods. Now we just gotta make some rockets, which I think needs fuel cells, which I probably don't have. So, honestly, we probably need to go get some fuel cells. Make rockets here? I can make rockets here. Yeah. 10 fuel cells for 10 rockets. Julio, let's go make it happen. Somebody yelling outside my window. Don't like it. And I don't need these Mark IV wings in my inventory anymore. We're going to hang on to the Mark IV wings because it's possible that my vehicle will get blown up. Tell him to stop. I'm a pretty non-confrontational kind of person. And it doesn't sound like they're yelling angrily. I think they're just being loud. And it's not like it's against the law or something to be a loud motherfucker. So it's not really right for me to run around telling people to do stuff that there's no reason for them not to be doing it, right? They're allowed to do whatever they want as long as they're not hurting anybody. I don't like it and it upsets me, but I am not the arbiter of right and wrong. Yeah, blue buggy. As much as I think I should be. You can say you're being disturbed and can they keep it down? Doesn't have to be illegal. Yeah, but it's just, I don't know. It would annoy me if I was going about my regular day and somebody came and said, hey, you existing is annoying me. Stop that. You know what I mean? Sometimes people have good reasons for yelling, though. They're really happy, or somebody's really far away and they're trying to talk to them, or a million things. I have become acutely aware of the fact that I am really easy to annoy. Especially when it comes to making noise. And that is like when my older brother, who I live with, is in the kitchen making food. He like has to open the Tupperwares and stuff, obviously, because that's where the food is. And in my crazy brain, I have this tendency to feel like he's intentionally doing it to make me mad. Which is obviously not the case. My brother's an extremely considerate person. But my brain tells me that he's upset with me, and he's like passive-aggressively doing it to try and make me angry because he's upset with me, even though I know he's not upset with me. So I just have to talk myself. It's not It's not an intentional thing. I don't get mad at him like, why are you trying to make me angry? But I just have to remember that my brain is a little crazy and it sees conflict where there isn't any. And so I have to remind myself that that's just me being crazy. That's just the way it is. Nothing I can do about it. Other than take steps to mitigate the crazy. Yeah, it always says poor efficiency when you use the minor cut array on the buggy. It's a tier 6 cut array, so it's definitely not poor efficiency. But it always says that. You can actually make it not say that, but it doesn't do anything. I don't know if the glitch still works, but I saw the glitch on a couple of people's shorts where if you go out here and then you equip your own cut array and then you go into your little cut array box, now I can do it and get great efficiency, but it gives me the exact same number of fuel cells, so it doesn't actually do anything. Need more fuel cells. Oh shit. Since when did somebody put a base out here? What's up, homie? Buenos dias. Let's go check out their base. Nope. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I actually got pretty good access to one of the ring mouths last night, Gravy. I got to just go and farm a ring mouth a couple of times with one other person before anybody else came, but that was because I was like doing it super late at night. I honestly might try and make myself a sand crawler and a carrier, and super duper late at night like that, maybe try to go ahead and do some solo sand crawler stuff. Did I get myself trapped in here? I think this might be the second time I've come over here and like kind of gotten trapped. There we go. Yeah, I do stuff early in the morning, which is super late your time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm usually up until about 4 o'clock in the morning. I usually go out into the deep desert and do some spice farming then. Because I like it. I don't get mad, I get even. We cruising through the desert. Because we got ourselves some fuel cells. I didn't get that many, but I think I got a couple thousand. Should at least give me another day or two. Worth the fuel. Tackling fuel. Plus a couple of large fuel cells, which I can use on my assault ornithopter so I don't crash. There's no more storage on those. So there's not really any point in doing the little storage transfer. We just go in here and we take out as many as we can. So I think we want to make 500 rockets. Our ornithopter should be able to hold 250. And then we can put another 250 in our inventory. Because I think they're fairly light. And that'll mean that we can have lots of rockets. So if something happens, if we have an opportunity to maybe fight some folks, we can go ahead and do that. Because that's something I definitely want to do, right? I definitely want to get some PvP in. Start practicing shooting other ornithopters and shit. And dodging other ornithopters' rockets. Everybody says that aerial PvP in this game is dookie. But I don't think that's actually true. I think there's probably some pretty good action going on. So I want to get into some of that. We'll make a couple of maybe 5 large fuel cells. We'll make 500 rockets, and then we'll put the rest in our generators. Perfection. All right. Oh, power. Now it has power. All right, rocket launcher, craft them out. I want to craft 50 of these because they get 10 apiece. So that'll craft us 500. Then we're going to come over here. And we're going to make 10 large fuel cells. Because that'll last us a while. And then we'll come down here. We'll just drop everything else into the power. So we go from 1 day 4 hours to 4 days 11 hours. Nice. I'm going to check and make sure that I wasn't lied to on the internet here. Because let's face it, you're basically always getting lied to on the internet. Take my 250 out here. Plunk them right down in there. And hey, I can still store it. I can still pop it out. When I pop it out, it has no rockets. Okay. So you can store it even if it has rockets in it. But it does not keep those rockets. Oh, yes, it does. Wait, do what now? They just turn invisible. Okay. That's interesting. That's really, really interesting. And now we click this button a bajillion times. Nothing better than clicking the button a bajillion times. They really need to get the extract all and deposit all button. This is the worst gaming experience ever. Having to click this button. And later, I'm going to be getting 400,000 a trip because I'm going to get a bunch of the dodecaliter Johns. So that I can carry, 400k at a time. And when I do that, that's going to mean 3,200 clicks per trip. And I'm going to need to make at least 3 or 4 trips. So I'm going to be looking at 12 to 16,000 clicks. Or, 10 to 13,000 clicks every single day. I mean, that's just fucking insane. You can't possibly think that that's an okay mechanic. And it's so important to be able to transfer large quantities of water. Like, I could understand if water wasn't literally the most important resource in this game. But it is. Why are you ruining my life? All right. Back in here, fill this bad boy back up. And then go into the backpack and put all these ones in here. Perfect. And then make sure we carry our extra rockets. What kind of weight do we have on these? 12 for 250? Yeah, that is pretty low. So this is something that's being brought up a lot. Is that rockets are just way too light. And I think that that's definitely true. I think if you had 12 per 50, and then you could only stack them in 50s, that would probably be better. Because right now you can just spam so many rockets. I think we need to look at, most weapons. So when you look at weapons in video games, in shooter games specifically, did they implement the scout changes? They did. Yeah, so your scout is now slower when it's got a rocket launcher, and the thrusters now increase the maximum speed pretty significantly. So like a Mark IV thruster will take you to 180 kilometers per hour, even if you're in the Mark IV glide wings. So yeah, forgot to get my new fuel. So the thrusters are super dope now, and the missiles definitely slow you down. You lose 20%. So on the Scout Copter, if you have, something like 200, I think, for the Mark 6. But on the Scout Copter, if you have missile launchers, then you go 20% slower. So your normal glide speed would be 180 kilometers per hour on the Mark 6 wings. But if you have missile launchers, you lose 36 kilometers per hour, which brings you down to 140, which makes you slower than even the Mark IV Scout. And then the Assault Thopter also gets a speed reduction. You lose 10% of your speed on the Assault Thopter when you have missiles. So it actually puts you at the same speed. The Mark 6 glide for the Assault is 160. And then you take away 10% of that is 16. So it's 144 as well. It's going to be good now. So I keep a thruster and a storage. Now when I go into deep desert. Yeah, you could keep the storage in the inventory. Because you're so much faster than rocket scouts now on the Scout, I would just keep your inventory, right? Get your Mark 6 wings. Keep your inventory just on your Scout. Because the fastest to scout with a rocket launcher can be is 144 kilometers an hour. And your Mark 6 inventory scout can move at 180. So I wouldn't even worry about thrusters. I would just run away, and you should be good. As long as you can dodge missiles for, 30 seconds, you should escape just fine. Yeah. Yeah, you should be good to go then. There's no reason anybody with a rocket launcher should be able to get you if you have Mark 6 wings. Should be able to just fly away. You've gotten pretty good at the infinite glide thing, right? As long as you can do the infinite glide, you should be good to go. Nice. Good job. Then you should be perfectly fine. I don't get mad, I get even. Oh, is that the close one? Might be worth it to go try and get a little spice there if that's the close one. Just go try and pick me up an inventory worth. Oh my goodness. The weather in New Mexico is so dry. I feel like I'm turning into a raisin. Just shriveling up and dehydrating. Turning into a raisin. In a water sealed house. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. If only it worked that way in real life. Because I don't leave my house. I would never have to drink water again. That was the way things worked. Is this the big one, or is this a medium? I think it might be the big one. It's a ring mouth. You can see there's already so much missing from it.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
A large sandstorm? No way! Where's it coming from? This has got 3 minutes. But then it's not anywhere on the map. Oh my goodness, so much of it's already been taken. People out here in carriers and shit. Yeah. Yeah, there's not even going to be any left by the time I get back to base and come back. My server is way too nice to each other. I mean, I get it, there's not a ton of reason to PvP. As long as your action system is broken, but still.
Sandstorm is approaching.
Where's this large sandstorm approaching from? I have 2 minutes and I can't even see the sandstorm. What the hell, game? What the hell? Hey, there it is. Yeah, I got attacked yesterday. Some people shot some rockets at me. Of course, I was kind of fucking with them, flying around and like bumping into them and shit, being an asshole. So they shot some rockets at me and I just left. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing. Like everybody's just being nice. And I get it. And it totally makes sense. You know, the faction system's broken. There's not really a lot of value to PvP out here right now. Because you can't really get anything from anybody. There's obviously people raiding. There's a couple of bases that got raided here last night when the dust storm swept through. I think the dust storm is coming this way still. But there were a couple of people who had like buggies and stuff. This base right here actually got raided last night, and now they've rebuilt it. There used to be a base right here, and it died. So, you know, some of these bigger bases that look like they legitimately have stuff in them are definitely getting attacked. Primarily at night when everybody else is offline, but you also go behind the sandstorm to take cover. Almost hides me fine. Yeah, following behind the sandstorms is a pretty good trick, I think. Because everybody's always, you know, taking cover from them or whatever. Ooh, yeah. I do really like. Actually, let's just go in here. Let's just move all this stuff over. And then we can just come right here. And now let's drop off our water. Hundreds more clicks. I'm probably going to need more water storage next time. Gonna have to try and be a little bigger next time. There's not a ton of space that's been cut off based on where I put the foundations, but maybe enough space that I could get another 3 or 4 water storages in here. Even that much would be nice. I do want to go out real quick. So I have my rockets and stuff on me. I just want to try. Alright, use up all that titanium. Nice. I just want to fly around a little bit. With my rockets. And just see. How does it make me feel about the speed and stuff? Yeah. Yeah, not even able to go 150. I don't feel too bad about maneuverability. I thought they were saying they were going to take the maneuverability down, but I don't feel like that's true. Definitely feel very light and mobile. Pretty easy to line these things up, you know, you've got your little dot in the middle there. Okay, so when you're aiming down and stuff, it's a little harder because they like go out and then go down. So I can see that being a little more difficult to hit on target. But I think if you go into glide and you're going down, yeah. So it's all about the direction that you're facing. So when you're in hover mode, you really want to be shooting straight ahead. And if you've got to shoot up or down, you kind of want to go into glide so it's a little straighter. Seems fairly easy. Crazy how many I can shoot. Yeah, I mean, I just shot like 18 rockets before my heat topped out. So in a protracted fight, you're in kind of a bad spot, but otherwise it doesn't seem too bad. My cutter is about to need repair. So let's go see about getting some titanium. We need some plastanium. This over here is like the big titanium spot. And then there's a spot super far west of here or super far east of here that has all the stravidium. I don't know if I can actually drive a buggy over to the stravidium, although there is enough stravidium kind of around here that I could probably fill a buggy up. It wouldn't really be that big of a deal. Of course, that's not gonna necessarily be true next week, right? Because I'm planning on doing all this stuff next week. Because I want to try and try and stay out in the deep desert all week next week. Even if it makes life a little bit harder, you know, I'll still be able to get like copper and stuff like that. So if I need welding wire or anything, I'm not going to go back to my home base to get it. I'll just go back into the PvE zone of the deep desert, farm myself up a little copper, do a little refining, make myself some welding wire. I'm going to need to make repair stations and stuff, probably for the PvE base. Maybe for the PvP base. Might be a better option. I don't know exactly how many, 210 max speed with Mark 6 wings and Mark 5 thruster. Nice. So you might be able to get all the way up to 220 then with a Mark 6 thruster. That's crazy. Nobody will be able to kill you with a Mark 6 thruster on a scout. I might need to go ahead and make one of those then, because I'll want to very, very quickly be able to come out and figure out where I'm going next week. So let's see. The Landsrad finishes in 2 hours. And then you've got, like, all day tomorrow, the Coriolis Storm will be running. And then Tuesday morning, early morning, we'll get our new week starting. And so what I want to do is I might actually wake up early. Maybe set an alarm, get up super early and stream that first day. Come out here, find myself a spot where I want to be that's going to be near some titanium, and preferably near one of the big ringmouth spice locations. So this one's really good right here because there's a ringmouth just to the west here that's pretty frequently the active ringmouth. So I want to kind of get in that same situation next time where maybe I can be pretty close to a ringmouth. So we're going to have to do some flying around, some research and shit. That might be a good weekly E5 zone is the busiest, lots of people there always. Yeah, so that E5 zone on this one has that ring mouth. And so of course there's tons of people on that E5 zone right now. It's unlikely that we're going to have an E5 ring mouth every week though. And I don't want to be in the shallow deep desert right next to the PvE station, because that's not, you have to get out into GH and I before you find these really good titanium and stravidium bits. So that's, I'm more concerned with the titanium and stravidium than I am with the spice, because there's always going to be a deep desert ringmouth spice blow. That's not really a question. But I just want to make sure that I know where it is, so that my base is kind of near it and still within a driving path. Because I'll drive really far with my buggy to be able to farm stravidium and titanium well. I don't mind even going a couple thousand meters. The only thing I have to concern myself with is whether or not only thing I have to concern myself with is whether or not there's quicksand in between me and where I'm trying to go. The good thing is it's always busy there, so I'm able to sneak in through 1 through 6. Or 1 or 8. I mean, it's unlikely you really need to sneak all that much. I mean, as you see, I'm around people all the time out here. And I mean, obviously our servers are a little different, but like I just see people all day every day. Nobody ever really attacks me. Obviously, I'm still a little careful. Try not to be out on foot if I don't know a person's intentions. I will happily just sit idling in my ornithopter in case I need to run away. But you know, I'm not advertising out here that my base has refineries in it. I'm keeping that hidden, keeping that a secret. Although I will be putting out a video on it, and I have spoken in the chat here one time, so there are people who know that I'm here. I shouldn't have spoken in the chat, but I did. So we'll see. Might get busted. Might get blowed up next week. Oh no. See, stuff like this is what's gonna get me. Accidentally made this the wrong ceiling tile. That would have given people the ability to recognize, like, hey, that's weird. That's off. But, see, we can get another 66. That'll give us 200. That's almost 2 hours worth of Stravidium running there. Or Plastanium, not Stravidium. I definitely don't need these, but I definitely will need them next week because they have 3,500 max. So that's one of my buggies, right? I can load up one of these with just a buggy. So I definitely want these two things out here. Because I'll fill up, you know, one with Stravidium, fill up one with Titanium, and then just vary some water and then just go all day. 3,000, so it's 6, so that's 500. Yeah, so if I can fill up one of these, 3,500, then that gives me almost 600 in the cooker here, which is 5 hours worth. Which is crazy. So if I could fill this up twice in a day, which is 2.5 trips with the buggy, then I could run this for 10 plus hours. Which is insane. I mean, I'll be killing the game. Killing the game. And 10 hours of Stravidium is over 1,000. If it's 1,200, or sorry, 10 hours of Plastanium is 1,200 Plastanium. So I could easily, in just a couple of buggy trips, make 1,200 Plastanium. And I've got my Mark 6 rocket launcher on my Scout. I'll need to craft myself a missile launcher, a shoulder fire. missile launcher, or go get that las gun. Actually, I should probably go get that las gun today. Bring that bad boy out here. Just jack some people up. Ain't got no spice. I need to make more spice. Can I craft any more of these storages? Just for fun. I love having my little hidden base out here. This is honestly just really, really fun to have. Deep Desert Testing Station NPCs are hella hard. Yeah. It's not just the Deep Desert Testing Station NPCs that are that difficult, though. Even the ones that are just in these little things where you get the oranges and shit, even they're super fucking hard. The whole Deep Desert is just this complete 180 from words are hard. This complete 180 from the freaking Haga Basin. Like all of a sudden you're just getting the shit kicked out of you. And it's hilarious. Yeah, no, you got to use all your skills. Like you got to have, you got to have turrets, you got to have all this stuff unlocked. There is no way that you're going to successfully beat one of the Deep Desert Testing Stations solo unless you've done like all of the quest lines and you've got, like unique duraluminum tier gear and stuff like that. You can do it in unique duraluminum tier, but you're definitely not doing it just in regular duraluminum tier or even probably regular plastanium tier. You definitely need to be rolling on some of that good. That shit is so hard. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't get mad, I get even. Definitely, I think the melee folks have a little bit of an advantage in the Deep Desert Testing Stations. At least that's what it seems like. You definitely have to be using your Holtzman shield and shit. I never do that. Always forget. But yeah, I mean, they're designed to be ridiculously difficult. Every time I do this, I get a little sketched out, but you gotta leave it totally open so that people don't like see in, or so that people can see it and see that you ain't got shit. I'm so happy about how well this seems to work. You have no idea. So happy. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, we back. Definitely time. We gotta go repair. Something just exploded over there. That's not the big one, is it? I don't think it is. Maybe it is. Who knows? Gotta go repair my tools, though. My compactor. Oh. And if we're gonna be repairing tools, we better get some more agua. Yeah, so a big part of what I'm going to do today and tomorrow is going to be mostly about getting myself in a position that next week we have a really good ability to get out here and do this at a much, much higher level. Right, because right now I'm very limited. I'm having to go back a lot for water. I'm not really getting to make the most out of what's available out here and what I'm doing out here. So we are going to try to expand on things a little bit out here. It's going to be a pretty big deal to have a water base that's already, you know, half the distance. But we'll see. I may try to fit some death stills. Right, if I could get a couple of advanced death stills into the base, that'd be cool. Because death stills are so small, may be able to use half walls. And maybe be able to put something like some death stills above some of the power generators, right? Because we're going to use scrap power generators like we have been. And so if I can keep some of the death stills above those scrap power generators, then that'll be nice. We can just use half walls to do that, maybe. The problem there is that death stills are extremely expensive when it comes to power consumption, right? The advanced are 350. So I honestly don't even know if I can put death stills in there. The only way would be if maybe I could get those big generators, the 1,000 generators. Then I could do it, but I don't know exactly how big those are. We'll have to inspect. Possible it could be something we can only do sometimes if we find a big enough hole. I don't know. We'll go check and see how big they are when we get back to base here real quick. I imagine they're at least 1.5 tall, if not 2 tall. Which would mean almost no chance that we're gonna get it out there. Almost no chance. But it'll still be interesting to give it the old college try. Hey, welcome back. What? Wow. What are these two nerds doing? They about to bonk. Bye, Dexter. They seem to be having some difficulties. When you're trying to gain altitude in the assault ornithopter and you've got your thruster on, you actually are going slower, even though you're gaining altitude. So if you're trying to get through the deep desert as quickly as possible, you want to spend as much time as possible gliding, because that's when you're moving at your fastest. Gliding without power. It's weird. It's the way it is. So just doing some quick math, I think I'm probably going to have 40 omnidirectional wind turbines. Or sorry, 20 omnidirectional wind turbines in order to have 20 large water catchers at my water base, which is what I want. I almost have everything I need for the water catchers, but I'm going to need a lot of servos for the omnidirectional wind turbines, even though they're cheaper. Yeah, it's going to take 10 each, so I'm going to need 200. Until I don't like it anymore. I don't really have a designated time. It'll likely be months, because I'm really enjoying the game and I want to see where some of the changes lead in the future. So also, I think switching games when we were playing Once Human was a pretty huge mistake for the channel, because the channel was just doing so well. Well, so I've got to measure that against the fact that I'm trying to turn this into a job, Blighted. Right? Like, I want to be able to make an income playing and streaming. And so we really had that opportunity when we were doing Once Human. And then as soon as I quit Once Human, the viewership just tanked. And I've never been able to recover. And it's because I've been bouncing around games so much. because I've been having difficulty finding something I really enjoyed. And so either I have to bounce around and follow the trends, which just means buying like every new game that comes out, or I have to find a game and stick with it, you know? Well, because they follow the trends of all the new games and stuff. And a lot of the variety streamers are streamers that used to play a single game and then built up a large community, like a really large community. And now they play a lot of different stuff and they follow trends and they give a lot of reviews and they do a lot of stuff like that. You'll notice that a lot of the variety streamers, when they put out videos and stuff on YouTube, their videos are a lot more generic. And it's because they're putting out videos for lots of different games, and they're always trying to give kind of the same information, right? Should you buy this game? How do the mechanics of this game work on a macro level? Stuff like that. And then you see streamers that put out content for only a single game, and they have a much more in-depth analysis of things. They put out build guides. They do stuff like that. And so I don't... Staying on one game is fine, but staying until you're burnt out... I mean, I agree, sure. But that's just part of it, right? If I want to make this a job, then I have to treat it like a job. Which is to say, I'm not always going to be having the most fun. Right? I'm not always necessarily going to be super excited to wake up and get on. But I got to get up, I got to get on, I got to try and be positive, I got to try and be entertaining anyway. And that's difficult, especially when you're in an industry that's very self-motivated. Right? Nobody's telling me I have to get on and stream every day. I don't have a boss. It's entirely about whether or not I can motivate myself to do that. Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right. 100%. But if you know that, then you can mitigate it. And if it gets to the point where I just absolutely cannot get on and play Dune anymore, then of course I'll switch games. But if it's just that I'm hitting a lull, where I'm just like, oh, you know, I'm not really having fun right this moment, then, you know, powering through that moment is better than just switching games entirely. I mean, you're not, the solution isn't always going to be the same answer. Sometimes you got to power through, and sometimes you got to recognize that it's over. Move on. But I will be trying to do a better job of staying on a single game for longer. Oh no, I don't have enough spice to repair this. Sad day. I don't need that one. And I'm going to get it wrong the first couple of times, too. I'm doing better than Play with Kittens. Is that a streamer? I have never heard of this person. I mean, that seems interesting. Do they not get any views? I feel like they would get views. I feel like everybody loves kittens. Heck, I'm so allergic to cats that if I spend too much time near a cat, I will cough up blood, and I would still watch that. I mean, there's more than enough space for two channels showing animals. I'll be right back. I have to go get some new water. There's something in my water. Well, there's also the fact that Pirate Software's ferret channel, I believe, is a ferret rescue. And so all the money that that channel makes goes to take care of and rescue those ferrets. And I think because of that, people are much more interested in tuning in or going out of their way to make sure that, you know, they have an active viewership so that they can make that ad revenue. You know, just to assist in that. People like altruistic stuff like that. So, exactly. Exactly. And so if that kitty channel was promoted, you know, as some sort of a rescue or something like that, then it would probably garner a lot more viewership a lot more quickly. But if it's just somebody who's putting like their own if it's somebody who's just putting their own personal pets on there and trying to drum up a little income, then so if I were to ever do something like that, Blighted, it would be in an effort to actually create a rescue and not to try and create an income for myself. And so there may come a day when I have the startup capital to get a rescue started. But those things don't happen overnight, right? You have to have startup capital. You have to be able to, purchase terrariums. You have to be able to purchase space to house those terrariums. You have to purchase the video equipment. You have to, do all of that stuff. And then it can start paying for itself. And I don't, that's not really something I'm super focused on. Like I love animals. I grew up on a farm, but I'm not necessarily interested in starting a rescue. If I were going to start some sort of charity, it would probably be centered around housing the homeless as opposed to, trying to rescue animals. And you can't really fund a housing the homeless charity in the same way you can an animal rescue. It's not like you could like put cameras in their homes and then live stream it and like, see, this is this person we gave a home to. That would be super fucking weird. So no, of course nobody would watch that because that's super fucking creepy. I'm actually also allergic to ferrets, which is fantastic for me, really. Let's see, trade post, Anvil, trade post, Pinnacle Station, Fortress. Have I not gone and gotten the ones from the other? Okay, let's go to the other trade post. Yeah. Yeah, I'm allergic to horses, dogs, cats, ferrets, fucking cows. I have yet to meet an animal that has fur that I'm not allergic to. And like, deathly allergic to. Like, cough up blood, hermit might die. I mean, I'm not worried about having pets. It doesn't bother me that I don't. I had dogs and stuff when I was a kid because I wasn't allergic to dogs until I was like 15. And then I just like magically became allergic one day, which was awesome. But like in Murder the Sand Faster. What? I don't understand what you're saying, Lycan. You don't make no goddamn sense. Yo, that sucks. Kiwis are delicious. I'm sorry. Let's see if they'll take my mostly broken cut array. Nope. You know the spike? Yeah, the hairs on kiwis. That's awful. Food allergies that suck. I have a good one. Cinnamon. January sucks because everything good is cinnamon in it. You know, I don't ever eat cinnamon. I don't know. I don't have any water on me. I don't know that I would actually be impacted by that at all. Lichen. What this? This is Misataril. No, it's just some sort of a base. It's the enemy base here for the people who worship this electric worm. There's an electrified worm. It's dead there. No, it's definitely dead. Yes, the people in this, the NPCs in this world are so stupid that they worship a dead electric worm. Maybe stupid's the wrong word. Maybe crazy is the right word. Nice. Congratulations, Lycan. I'm not anywhere close to that. I don't believe in anything. That's true. I am an atheist. Very devoutly an atheist. Did I just place my car in a Pokeball? Yeah, it's the backup tool. Your Scout Ornithopter and your Sand Bike goes in your backup tool. Because it's awesome. Wonder what the Bene Gesserit gives. I definitely don't care about the still suit from the stupid planetologist. Let's see. This says improvised Mala pistol variant. Interesting. Chain will reward a unique armor at the end. That's nice. This chain will reward, that's the las gun. And this one, it looks like a sniper rifle. Maybe I'll have another sniper rifle. What am I doing? What in the holy fudge am I doing? Can't repair this right now because I need more flippin' spice, which makes me hella angry. So I think we're just going to make more water and go back out to the deep desert. Want to play Left 4 Dead, but the hardcore mods with someone? You know, I've never played Left 4 Dead. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get mad, I get even. Are there a bunch of cool ones? Zombies are a really interesting subset of enemies because there's so much possibility, especially if you take a look at something like, what's the zombie movie series that also has a video game series? Resident Evil. There you go. If you look at Resident Evil, you know, they've done a really interesting thing where it's this virus that causes mutations, and those mutations represent themselves in a lot of really different ways. And so zombies in general have this really great ability to be expressed that way because they're undead, right? So you can do things to them that would normally kill a person because they're already undead. And there are actually some existing species that sort of take control of dead bodies of creatures, like There's a parasite that infects ants that like takes control of them. It's like a mushroom parasite, and then causes them to like go back to their home base and infect like the rest of the ants. So there's, some real world precedent for some cool shit like that. Which I think is kind of what Once Human was trying to get at with the little growths and stuff on all the purple people. I think there was a little bit of a zombie fungus thing going on there, which honestly I really enjoyed. Cool thing is, those fungi will never get on a level that they can infect humans. Um, yeah, I would never say never. I would never say never. Not only is it possible for one of those mutations to happen just randomly, it takes millions of years for mutations to happen, but that's because it takes millions of years for all the possible mutations to iterate until one that actually sticks happens. But it's possible that it could hit tomorrow and we'd be fucked. The other possibility is that there is already an extraterrestrial fungi that has the capability to feed on and infect humans in that same way. I mean, it could be born on an asteroid, it could be born maliciously and intentionally to this planet. There's all kinds, like all kinds. The amount of stuff that we know about the natural world, not just on this planet, but beyond this planet, is like a drop of water in an ocean. Right? We don't know shit. Mycelium? So it's already halfway there. Because your brain is electrochemical. So if this fungus is controlling the ant through chemical signals, then maybe it couldn't control your fine motor functions, but it could at least control your mood. Right? It could make you angry all the time. It could flood your body and your brain with adrenaline. It would increase your blood pressure and I mean, it's just as likely as anything else. That's how probability works. Is the ring mouth coming? And they picked this thing clean. Am I going to get eaten soon? No, I'm not going to get eaten soon. Yeah, we've just had the one at E5 that I've seen so far today. There's a possible blow at H2, and there's a possible blow at like H8, and then there's the one at E5. I mean, I don't know enough about fungi to agree or disagree with that. And because I don't know enough to agree or disagree, I have to disagree. Because I prefer to err on the side of possibility than to err on the side of impossibility. Hey, what's up, Detestion? How are you today? Dune's been going good. We got our little hidden base up. It's just music. So we've got our base built over here, and underneath it, you can't tell from the outside, but there's a hole in the rock that it's built on top of. So I covered the whole hole so you can't see down inside. And now I've got like a little base down in there so I can refine and stuff out here in the deep desert. And nobody knows, so nobody raids my base. I'm a super genius. Yeah, it looks like it's just standing on the rock here. And then when you look inside, you see it looks like it's the same height, right? Like there's the foundations down there. Then you go in and it just looks like, oh, okay, this is a totally normal ass base. Then I come over here and I demolish this. And I come down here. And so there's the foundations that are on the outside here. And then there's a hole. And I've got a whole nother level of foundations down here. Make all my things. It is cheeky. If I'm going to be running around out here in a dangerous place solo, gotta have a cheeky hidden base. I bring the water from my main base about 200k at a time, a little less than 200k at a time. So I fly with all these deciliter johns. In my main base, I have some water catchers. And the water catchers give me passive water when I put filters inside of them. So there's 8 of them at the base right now. Each water catcher gets me 150,000 water a day, so I get a little over 1 million water a day. Which is not enough. I definitely need to get more, but I need to get about 3 times that much. So that I can have more plastanium. So the reason that I've only got a couple hundred plastanium running right now is because I didn't have the water to get more. So I want to be able to have my... It takes... I was wrong the other day. I said it took 5 million. It actually takes like 3.8 million. 3.88 million in order to run one of these medium refineries to get plastanium ingots. Yes, it is an alloy. So I only have one refinery down here to run on plastanium, and I don't even have enough water at my main base to keep this running for an entire day. I've only got enough water in a day to keep it running for about 8 hours, which is great, right? That's going to give me almost 1,000 plastanium, which is fantastic. But then I need, more water for spice. I need more water for silicone. I need water for cobalt paste. I need, just all this stuff. And so, yeah. Just need more water. If I could get 5 million water a day, that'd be choice. I think I could live on 5 million a day. Pretty easy. There's a couple of different things you can do. So you can use the water catchers, which is what I'm doing this time. So these water catchers each give you 50,000 every 8 hours. So each water catcher gives you 150,000 a day, which means if I wanted 5 million water, I would need 35 of these. 4 of these would give me 5 million water a day, which I can totally do. And gain that passively. Because let's see, so they cost 135 power. So 135 times 34 is 4,500 power. And then there's a power thing that you can build that gives you 1,000 power. Right? These generate 1,000. So if I made 34, I made 34 of these large water catchers, then I could get, that requires just short of 5,000 power. So then I would have 5 extra production slots to make 5 of these, which means I could have 5,000 power. And then I'd have an extra production slot and an extra 410 power left over. So I could absolutely gain 5 million passive water in just a regular base, right? I wouldn't have to expand it or anything like that. Let's see. I actually want to check out how big these things are. Oh, they're going to be massive. Let's see. How big are you? Oh, okay. They're not that bad. Only 1.5 walls high. A little more than 1.5 walls high. Somebody just flew past my base. I see you. I really want to shoot at this dude. Pink. Yeah, so actually, if those are that tall only, that's not terrible. Because I can fit something that's that tall in here if I take away... if I take away this floor, right? Because that's how I put this in here. So if I can find some flat floor in here, I could put... I mean, what's my current power at? Yeah, I only have 750 power right now, so just one of these better generators powers this entire thing. So let's move some stuff around and let's see if I can't find some flat floor out here. Because I don't have this stuff for it right now. Maybe. Mind flayers are super cool, yeah. Super creepy. It's super cool. I wouldn't like want to meet a mind flayer. That sounds like a horrifying experience. I wish visiting their original home was an option. Yeah, I don't think anything to do with mind flayers would ever be a cool place. Okay. Let's see here. We have utilities. We've got this. Okay, it actually has to be angled. But that's not flat enough. So then let's move this one. Right there. And this one. Right there. This one. The Underdark is where they live most currently. That place is cool. It's funny because they're told as legend, but they are very likely beneath your feet. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with the mind players is that they're just trying to take over everything, right? And assimilate all of the different races across every plane of existence. Okay, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to get one of these in here, which is a little bit sad. There may be some places back there, but I'm not going to go trying to find my way back there far enough. We do need to move some of these bits out of the way here. Okay, that'll be perfectly fine. I don't understand why some people in the D&D world hunt mind flayers, because if it can grab you with a tentacle or its minions do, it can and will one-shot you by removing your brain. I don't know very much about the D&D lore. I've played very little. Although I do own Baldur's Gate 3. Maybe one day we'll do a playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 on here. Just for shits and grins. Were they? I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 is built on one of these specific settings for Dungeons and Dragons. And so I'm sure, no, the setting, not the campaign. And so I'm sure they stayed true to whatever that setting says about mind flayers and stuff. So it may not be what the monster manual says, but it is surely the way that the setting that they were placed in. I'm pretty sure that's how Baldur's Gate starts, is talking about how the mind flayers were waiting and hiding for some opportunity and then attacked. So, I mean, what you're saying right now is, I think, exactly how Baldur's Gate starts. It's been a while, and I don't pay very much attention to storyline in video games, but pretty sure that's the story. Yeah, I don't know, man. Don't know much about it. I need to find some spice. Pretty low in the old spice department. There might not be an official Underdark campaign, but I'm sure that there are third-party Underdark campaigns out there. Surely. I mean, yeah, I guess technically you would call them homebrew. But there are some very, very well regarded third party. You can't even have triple the average stats in D&D. Because you can't have more than a 20 in a stat. And an average stat is like an 8. And that's like average for human, not average for adventurer. Also, I mean, you could just change the creature's stat blocks. I mean, the rules in the Dungeon Master's Guide and the Monster Manual and all that stuff are just guidelines. They're not really rules. Just do whatever the fuck you want. You want an Underdark campaign? Then instead of having the Dark Elves be, you know, like super crazy hard, and the Striders being super crazy hard, turn the Dark Elves into underworld goblins and make them just generally easier with a little more intelligence and a little more variety. And then turn the Striders into, you know, like bugbear style creatures. Yeah, my game gets a little wonky when I fly over the quicksand. There's a couple of like hitches and glitches, and then it's because when you fly over the quicksand, Zero Gravy, you're um, you're flying between two servers, and so you naturally have to, leave one server and load into another one. And so you get a little bit of a hitch. It's honestly surprisingly good. Yo, the amount of spice that's in the deep desert now sucks. It's 6 p.m. on a fucking Sunday. This is prime freaking time, man. Can we get some spice blows instead of just one big one all the time? Like, I'm down for the one big one and, trying to get people to fight and stuff if the faction system works. But the faction system doesn't work, so can I please just have some spice? Pretty please? Because I can't go to those big spice blows. Because I'm solo, and ain't nobody got my back. And so if anybody decides to kill me, I just die. So I need to be able to find some spice. Like, this is so punishing. I've got a super cool base set up out here. So that I can refine my spice and shit. So I don't have to go back to my main base. I keep, like, wanting to go back to my main base because there's nothing out here. So silly. This game is starting to make me understand griefers. If I had to pick an absolute favorite D&D class, I would go with fighter, but specifically I would go with, um, what's it called? Battle Master, I think is what they're called. The ones that get, uh, the like battlefield tactics skills. I think that class is super cool. Pretty sure it's Battle Master. But I've always played tank in all the MMO games that I've ever played. And I really like skills and classes and stuff like that that give you some sort of physical control over the placement of allies and enemies in the environment. The creature looked at you and your flesh started rotting off your bones? Well, that doesn't seem cool. I don't think I want my flesh to just start randomly rotting because something looked at me funny. I definitely wouldn't forgive a creature that made my flesh rot off my bones. I would definitely just kill it and move on with my life. I don't even understand what that was supposed to mean, Lycan. You befriended a creature that tried to rot your skin off of you. I don't, why? You're an adventurer. You slash your way through your problems. Ah, STD. Now it makes sense. I did not get STD from that at all. Which is why I didn't understand. I don't care if it was charmed. I also don't care if it's sentient. You try to melt my flesh, I kill you. Those are the rules. I will help you get uncharmed if you're not actively trying to melt my flesh. But if you're actively trying to melt my flesh, I'm not going to stop and think, like, oh, okay, let me try and help this poor creature that's literally melting me. No, I'm going to chop you up. Chop first, ask questions later. Now, if the person and or creature that is charming you is also in the room, and it's easier to kill them, to break the charm, than it is to chop you up, and then my flesh stops melting, then that's fine. We can go that route. That's why I said if, or unless. I understand it's not. I understand it's not always going to be the case. And also, there is a significant difference between random monster is charmed and attacks me, and teammate that I've been adventuring with for, potentially years has been charmed and starts attacking me. Right? Obviously, I'm going to put more effort into trying not to murder my ally. But you didn't say it was an ally. You said a creature looked at me and my skin started melting. Right? There was no qualification about your relationship to said creature. Okay. Well, if it's an ally of yours, then of course you try and save it. But if I walk into a room and a creature looks at me and my skin starts melting, I chop its head off. Those are the rules. Teammate can be replaced with prettier / more handsome new teammate. That's true too. You could totally always get more teammates. I definitely fall into the murder hobo category of D&D players. I very much enjoy solving problems by making alive things dead. And if there are no alive things to make dead to solve a problem, I'll probably just go find an alive thing to make dead to make me feel better. Hmm. Yeah, I don't even know what a nautic is. I am not 100% familiar with every single D&D creature. Read through the monster manual. Nothic, okay. Isn't that like some sort of a ghoul? Isn't it like a part of the ghoul family of creatures? Not a ghoul, okay. Fuck with this person. Hey. Come back over here so I can fuck with you. No fun. If only I had missiles. I could just be tearing this dude up right now. Yeah, I think I have an idea. I'm not 100% sure that I'm remembering the right image from the monster manual. I'm pretty sure I'm remembering the right image from the monster manual. Oh, there's another nerd. I see you, nerd. Oh, nerd's gone. Oh, there's the nerd. I mean, it's been a really long time since I've even tried to play D&D. I have the same problem playing D&D. Um, that I have playing in guilds in MMO games, and it's just that I don't like being so closely attached to other people and being a part of, those people's fun and gameplay and stuff. Because then I start to feel bad. Like everything that I do, I feel like I'm getting in the way of whatever they're trying to do. It just stresses me the fuck out. It's been a few years since I've tried to play. Worm. Okay. Why can't I find any spice? I mean, that's really just your dungeon master's interpretation of them, though. Yes, that is true. White spice is flower sand. Right. But the way that semi-sentience expresses itself is based on your dungeon master's interpretation, not necessarily a hard fact. So it's not that, if you give Nothics food, they'll leave you alone. It's that your DM portrays Nothics as primarily. But observe to what end? Right, so if they like knowledge and they like magic, then one DM might portray them as not just observers, but active creators of stuff to observe. Right, so if they like knowledge and they like magic, then maybe a Nothic would plan simple traps, right? If they're semi sentient, or, plan to create environments where a group of adventurers might have to make or use magic, or provide some sort of insight about how to overcome a certain barrier or something like that. And so while one DM might place them as entirely passive in that they only observe and wait for something to happen, there may be another DM that expresses them in a way where they're more actively seeking to create situations. Pretty sure this is a medium spice, but I should be able to at least mostly fill up here. Hopefully there's nobody else around too close. I don't see anybody in here. Let's do a low flyby. Oh. Already 2 people here. Gross. Not enough spice sand for that. Oh, that thing came out kind of nearby. That was almost bad. Guess I could just go, like, park my assault ornithopter over here and then try and murder those dudes with my scout and take their spice with my assault. What do y'all think? Is that a good idea? I think that's a good idea. Let's go murder hobo some folks. And let's find somewhere kind of hidden. There's nowhere terribly hidden over here, but maybe under this rock. We'll just park that bad boy right there. And now let's go shoot people in the face. Alright, the worm's coming up. They just pissed it off. So we're gonna wait just a minute here. Because I don't want to let them know I'm coming, so we're gonna get higher. We're gonna wait until that worm sign is gone, and then we're gonna glide in and see if we can't just nuke one of these people. Okay, so they're probably down now on the sand. All we gotta do is glide in and find them. They escaped. Oh, there's a thunderstorm going on outside. Why is that worm coming back up? Is there still somebody over here? Did somebody not run away when I started shooting missiles? Somebody did not run away. Well, that was fun. Spice. Let's go into the inventories here. Let's refill that. These things are definitely designed better now, I think, for what they're supposed to do, which is area control like that. Right? I don't necessarily care about chasing those guys down and killing them. I would have liked to have maybe gotten to steal some of the spices they already picked up. But the point was to get them pushed off of that spice spot so that I could then bring my assault over there and gather up the spice. Hopefully I don't get nuked. Although it won't shock me if somebody else comes with missiles, since I started the fight. So we do need to try and pay a little bit of attention and not get shot. Because they actually have a much clearer visual than I did. Now. Because the blow isn't active. So they'll be able to see me like running around down here. Oh. I hear somebody. Oh, I hear two people. I don't know if either of these people have missiles. Am I gonna have to like leave and come back with my freaking scout again? I'll leave and come back with my scout again. Or should I shoot him with my gun? I feel like I should shoot him with my gun. It comes out of the ground because you made it mad with all the noise you were making. Oh yeah, this dude's got his shield on. What a dumbass. That's why the worm's coming back so fast. Hee 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 hee. Guess I'll put mine on too. What's up? Piss off the worm, dude. I'll go bring my rocket launcher back. I don't actually think I have. Hang on. Let's go in here. Let's get my turret out. You know, actually, I have my drill shot on me. Trying to fight over here with the worm is kind of obnoxious. I'm totally gonna kill this dude, though. It's gonna be a thing. Oh, he doesn't have his shield on. He's trying to get any spice at all. He's gonna end up dead. I'm gonna laugh. It would go in on us, so it does that little breach mechanic, or it does that little breach maneuver, and then is he gonna go get that other spice? Yeah, my spice, punk. Apparently already pissed off the worm again. Is this a rocket potter? can't tell if he's got rockets or... Yeah, he's got rockets. Bonk. 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 Not afraid of your rockets. Oh, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. You're not gonna get me. No, at least I got a little spice. Before they came back with rocket launchers to fight me. I'm having a great time. I'm having a really great time. There's a very fine line between being a griefer and going out and finding good PvP and having some fun. You know, if they can't fight back, then your goal should be area control, right? And we just had a great 2 examples there of where I chased down some people to push them way off the spice so that I could try and gather it. And then some people came back with their assault or with their rocket copters and then pushed me off the spice so that they could have it. And, you know, obviously they're not still chasing me. Even if they were still chasing me, it's not like they could catch me. So the changes that have been made to the rocket scouts are really good. And then if you do happen to be in a situation where you do kill somebody, right, and you break the storages on their ornithopters so that you can get in there and get their spice, then that's what you do. The only problem I really have with PvP in this game is that people are incentivized or motivated to drop thumpers and stuff on your vehicles and destroy your vehicles completely. If that wasn't what happened, if the worms would come up and like eat your vehicle, and all that would happen is your vehicle would stay there but be in a completely decayed state, so you had to completely repair it, then I think that would be much better, because then the thumpers wouldn't be nearly as devastating as they are. I understand, you know, they want the worms to be this big, huge deal, and that's great when it's just a PvP thing. But the problem is when it becomes something that you can utilize in PvP, then it's no longer just a PvE thing. And so their whole thing is like, PvP isn't super punishing because all you lose is a little durability and, you know, whatever resources you've gathered. And that would be really cool, except that's not all you lose in PvP, because potentially you lose your entire kit and your entire vehicle to the worm, because people can use the worm as an attack. Oh, you know what? My building is no longer here. It might just be that it's no longer on the screen, but it also might be that somebody blew it up. but it's no longer on my all worms are wiped out at the end of the Dune books, are they? I mean, that makes sense because, the spice is so important, and the only way to eliminate the spice is to kill the worms. Okay, so my base is still here, it's just no longer showing up. Well, we got a little bit of spice. Just a little bit. You have a lot of plastanium, though. Gonna need to take that back to base at some point because I got some stuff I need to make. But I need spice for it, too. Yeah, we got almost 300 plastanium. That's what's up. All right, I'm gonna go get some food here real quick. Yeah, gonna go get some food here real quick, use the restroom, and then we'll be back to see about some more dicking around. All right, we back. So the next step of this whole hidden base thing, I think, actually needs to be um, to be able to log out in the PvP area of the deep desert and still maintain the obscurity. So maybe that means taking apart my my assault ornithopter and sticking it in a chest, or maybe that means trying to find a place large enough that has a hidden section in it where I can drop the whole ornithopter down into a hidden section. Or I don't really know exactly what it'll look like, but I definitely want to be able to not just stay in the deep desert, but try and spend a whole week in the PvP part of the deep desert. And just be able to get, whatever resources I needed out here. The desert is wiped every Tuesday morning. It starts anew. So Monday, throughout the day, you have the Coriolis storm. And then at like 4 or 8 in the morning, or actually, I think 3 or 7 in the morning Pacific time, is when the Coriolis storm wipes everything out on Tuesday. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, you get a huge notification. Um, so like the 12 hours leading up to the Coriolis storm, you're constantly getting notifications um, in the game that say, "Hey, the Coriolis storm is coming." And then during the Coriolis storm, which is like 12 hours long or 10 hours long or something like that. But throughout the whole time of the Coriolis storm, it's saying the eye of the Coriolis storm will be here in X number of hours. And when the eye of the Coriolis storm gets there is when everything gets wiped. So they do a good job of letting you know, like, hey, within the next 24 hours, all of your shit is gone. Figure it out. Which 24 hours doesn't seem like a long time until you realize, it's only a week long wipe. If it was a month long wipe, then maybe they'd need to do like whole weekend, like whole 72 hours where they were like, hey, bad things are going to happen. It's honestly a little strange to me that they do the wipes on a Tuesday morning. I really thought they were going to do it like on a Friday evening, so that then everybody would be on when the Coriolis storm hit, and then you'd have the weekend to do all your scouting and your early deep desert stuff. It's weird to me that they put the end of the deep desert on the weekend and the beginning during the week, but whatever. Absolutely. That makes sense when you're just doing like a weekly patch. But when that's your end game content loop, and you have to go out and like explore the new deep desert, then there's all of this new gameplay stuff to do because of that. And because it's a competitive gameplay loop, it's really weird to me that the competitive part of it resets on a Tuesday. It's kind of insane. And so I think they did it because some of the stuff that you do out here is sort of stuff that one person can do for the entire guild, right? Like only one person really needs to come out here and find out where the best titanium and the best dravidium and where the spice blows are. And so I think they were trying to give people time to like go figure that information out for their guilds and their allies. And then on the weekends, when everybody's going to be able to get online, you've already learned all the information about this week's deep desert, so you can organize larger operations and bring more people out there and save some of your more casual players some time. And I think that was kind of the intention. But the deep desert's not complicated enough to need days of prep time to be able to organize your guild together to go do something, right? You need hours of prep time to learn, where are the spice blows? Where should we put some bases down? And, where are the best gathering locations at? And then once you know that information inside of, 5 or 6 hours maybe, then you're good to go. And so I think maybe in the future, when they have a more complicated deep desert, I can see maybe this setup working better. But as it stands right now, you kind of exclude a lot of the more casual players from a lot of the Landsrat, because the Landsrat is unlocking throughout the week. And so they're not participating, and then the Landsrat is kind of already over by the time we get to the weekend and those casual players start playing. And I mean, the Landsrat is kind of pointless right now anyway, so that's fine. But if the faction system was actually working and there was legitimate competition for the Landsrat, then you'd want to be in on the beginning of that as often as possible. At least that's my opinion. I don't know if they tested other times, like in the beta, and maybe found that having it, on the weekend and on the weekend was the best. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing solo, I've put 150, almost 200 hours, I think, into this character. And that's how long it's taken me to get to a point. That was the first time I've ever attacked anybody. Was just now with those rockets. So, I mean, 200 hours in, and I finally feel like maybe I should shoot some missiles at somebody and then run away. The real problem is if you're going to PvP, then you sort of have to be willing to go all the way, right? Because if you attack somebody, even if they're not a griefer, even if they're not a person who would normally seek you out to thumper your ornithopter, if you initiate aggression against somebody, they will go from 0 to 100, like in any game. And they will go out of their way to cripple you as much as possible so that you don't attack them again. And especially people who don't frequently start conflicts get really, really nasty when you start a conflict on them. Even if they're in a PvP zone, even if it's a PvP game, if you're the one who initiates the conflict, then they will throw the book at you, right? They're gonna take down your thopter, they're gonna try and thumper it, they're gonna, whatever. And so you just have to recognize that if you're ever going to start aggression with somebody, then you absolutely have to be willing to go all the way with it, because they're going to turn around and go all the way with it with you. That's just like basic human psychology, especially because these games don't really have a downside, right? You're not going to be negatively impacted by taking it as far as you possibly can, like you would maybe in real life. So people get pretty fucking crazy really quick. Like, it doesn't take a lot to put somebody so far off the deep end that they'll just like chase you around for days, just trying to kill you as often as they can because you attacked them. Even if you didn't kill them, even if they got away, they'll chase you around. Not everybody, but a fairly large percentage, 10 or 15% of people will just start hunting you if you attack them. Especially if they've got a guild behind them. You accidentally attack the wrong person and they're in one of the bigger guilds. They will just hunt you for weeks to try and get you to quit. Which is absolutely a risk I'm going to end up taking. Because I don't know who I just attacked over at that medium spice blow. But it took almost no time after I attacked that person. For that gunship to show up. They're apparently having a race in the deep desert today. Yeah, I don't see anything in the deep desert chat about people calling for help when I attacked over there, so I assume it was a guild thing. So I've probably made an enemy out of a guild at this point, but that's fine. They don't really know who I am. It's not like they could see my name. And it's not like they know where my base is. That's honestly probably the greatest thing about no name tags is when I attack people, they can't just figure out what my name is and then go look for my stuff to attack it. They either have to follow me back to my base or never really be sure of who I am. And I could totally just change. Maybe that's what I'll do. So I use blue on my attack scout. But what if I change and use something different on this one? So people can't identify like, oh, he's using... That's definitely what I'm going to do. So they don't associate blue with that person who attacked them. Because they definitely would. No doubt. So let's go to customize. Let's go to swatches. And let's put on this one. Nope, that's too blue. It looks like our only real option is the standard white. Okay. Yeah, I think that definitely gives enough contrast that it definitely looks like two different people on those Thopters. I think that'll work out just fine. All right, let's go look for some more spice. This is why, this is something that happens a lot in PvP survival games, is people change the names of their guilds and stuff like that. So that when they attack people, then they change the name of their guild and then people aren't 100% sure it was them. The same thing is going to be happening in this game. People are going to be changing what they're wearing and what their equipment looks like based on the activities that they're going to engage in. So if they want to engage in some PvP activities or something like that, they might wear one swatch or one variant. And if they're going to decide to do something else, be more passive or more faction-oriented, they might wear something else. So that they're not being associated with some of their other actions. It's definitely what I'm going to do. It actually makes me kind of want to go increase my rank with one of the factions so I can buy the other variants. But at the very least, I can get some swatches from the Landsrat, maybe. Doesn't seem like there's a worm around. Hopefully I don't get eaten. I need some calibrated servos real bad. Whoops.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Shouldn't have tried to go for those last calibrated servos. Oh my goodness. That's got to be damage per second, not damage per shot.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Because the sniper rifle's only 264 damage per second, or per shot. And there's no way that the disruptor is 341. Unless it's a single shot. But the disruptor is an SMG kind of weapon. It has a fully automatic fire. So I'd be super shocked if it did 341 damage per shot. I mean, if it does 341 damage per shot, then it's better than the sniper rifle.
A large sandstorm
Even against enemies with no shields. 4-round clip. That's insane. That doesn't even make any sense to me. Guess I better finish the fucking Bene Gesserit line.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Gonna hang out over here next to my base while this sandstorm's coming. Only got 33 calibrated servos. Bummer.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, so if I want to log off here. So those are the snub nose. It's possible that it fires the same way, but the disruptor is an SMG. It's possible that it's a disruptor snub nose, but it would be weird to me if they called it a disruptor pistol. I'd rather it called it something like a disruptor snub nose pistol. Because you have... Yeah, so you're probably right. It is probably a snub nose. Because this says fire rate 70, clip size 7, damage per shot 52. What's the adept snub nose damage per shot? It's only 138, so it's 3 times the damage. No way, almost 3, not quite. 2.5. That's crazy. I guess the sniper rifle's kind of the same. From 149 to 260. So a little more than double, but still. That's still a crazy amount of damage. Plus the added benefit of being disruptor, so working really well against shields. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Well, that's crazy. There's a clip on Reddit right now of somebody just insta-gibbing the entire testing station. It looks like they typed some sort of command. Surely there's no command that you can type. What the fudge is going on? Weird. Okay. The person who opened up the chat window was not the person who did the kill. But yeah, you could see just every enemy in an entire area just instant died. And if that's a thing that can happen, I don't know what the hell is going on. I wonder if you can kill these birds. If I was a better shot, maybe. I think the first one probably hit, but it's too bad you can't do the opposite of what you do when you access the inventories. It's too bad I can't access the vehicle storage and then change this to like one of the chests and move stuff that way. Oh, good. My shield came back up after the dust storm. Boop. Shielded. What's up? I think I want to go ahead and pack up. I got a lot of plastanium. I don't want to lose it. Let's go ahead and pack up what I've got here. Take it back. Try and bring back as much of this residue as I can too, so I can make... I need to prepare a lot, like a lot, for next week. I need to get a ton of filters made. I need to get everything I need in order to make everything else. This will actually go in my inventory because I have more slots. There we go. All right. We'll take all this back to the main base. This will actually mean that I can repair my little grabber, my cut array. There we go. Get ourselves back to Haga Basin and maybe start doing some math. I have 9 of the large water catchers, so I'm probably going to forsake my Haga Basin base next week. And I'm going to take all of my my large water catchers. I'm going to take them apart and bring them into the deep desert with me. And that'll give me, so I have 9, I want to build one more so I have 10. And once I build the 10th one, that'll give me 20 out here in the deep desert because it costs half the resources. And then I need to build 20 omnidirectional wind turbines. The other option is to build the duraluminum tier wind turbines, but I think those are a little too expensive. And I won't necessarily need the extra, well, no, I might need the extra facility space because I want a repair station, maybe some building. Yeah. So I actually need like 10 directional wind turbines then, which means 5. And then I can build all of the other structures as well. So what I want to do is I just want to start building up these resources and getting them into storages over the next couple of days, so that I can make as few trips as possible with my assault copter. I want to know, exactly how much it's going to cost to build. So I'm probably going to break down my buggy and break down the little house that it's in, well, tomorrow, probably not today. And I'll build a prototype, and I'm just going to put structure on stilts. And then I'm going to try and have like 3 layers, and it'll be a layer that's 1.5 high, and that layer will have all my all of my storage and all of the crafting benches and all that stuff in it. And then I'll have a second story that's going to be open, right? It's going to have all 4 walls open. And it'll have my wind turbines and maybe anything else that I need in there. And then I'll have the last story is going to be all the large water catchers. In order to make all those large water catchers work, we'll need to bring either 60 of the biggest type of filter so that each of them could run for 6 days. And I would just run them for 6 days. They need to run Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then Monday I'll just break everything down and take it home. So 60, nope, 120. Because we're going to have 20 water catchers. Okay. So that'll be a big part of what we're trying to prep this week then, is make 120 of those. And that's, goodness, that's a lot. I think they're a couple of spice melange each. I think it's 3. So 120 means 360 spice melange just in filters. Water. Which, granted, they're going to give you 150,000 water each. And it takes way less than that to make 3 spice melange. But still, it's kind of cray-cray. I also need to see if I can find a way to put the bigger refinery in there, because you save so much, right? 7,500 spice. Nope, sorry. 750 spice becomes 10 melange. So you save 250 spice sand per 10 melange, which is huge. So I need to look at how big that is and maybe go ahead and make one. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're too high, so I'd have to have a little more space than I have right now, vertically. And I'd have to have a much flatter surface, and I just don't think that's possible. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting week next week. I'm pretty excited. Pretty fucking excited. Get out there and make some shit happen. Successfully cleared both the testing stations and the PvP zone without dying. Wow, good job. I can't do that. Did you get a bunch of schematics? Get any good ones? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, see, that's a really big problem. I understand that they're trying to get people to PvP over that loot, but it feels so bad to go into such hard PvE content, clear it all out, and then just get nothing. Feels hella bad. Especially because people actually log out in those end rooms. So that they can just keep getting the loot over and over and over again. They don't even have to fight the enemies. At least they used to be able to. Maybe they can't anymore. But it's pretty shocking that you were able to get one of the chests from one of those. Now you just got to get enough plastanium and enough spice to make those chess pieces. Like they flew over it while you were standing outside of it? Or like how did you know they flew over it? Got it, got it. Yeah, I mean, until they fix... Until they fix the... Until they fix the faction system and give a legitimate reason to PvP, most people just aren't going to engage with it. It's not particularly fun to kill other people for no reason. There are obviously some people who get a kick out of it, but most people don't give a shit. I could have sworn I brought spice melange with me as well. Where'd my melange go? There's 9. I think I lost my spice melange. That's pretty annoying. Yeah, I totally did. It might be the bug. I might just need to leave and come back. Or maybe I didn't bring it. I don't really fucking know. Kind of annoyed now, though. Okay. I think I have what I need to make, yeah, this last one. This is 10, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is 10. We'll go ahead and power this bad boy down, because it's not even active. Actually, I think this one is also inactive. There we go. And then we're going to need... make 5 of these, so we need duraluminum ingots for that. Not enough support my ass. We're gonna need 1, 2, 3. 4. Oh no, we only need 3. Because we only need 5 of these? No, we need to make 5 here. There we go. 5. So I need 200 more calibrated servos. I need 11 more melange, which I have. I'm going to need more cobalt paste. And I'm going to need more duraluminum ingots. But I think I have all of the aluminum I need. I'll just need to get some jasmium for the duraluminum. I have plenty of aluminum, so we'll just go get a ass ton of jasmium. We'll get some erythrite, because we need some erythrite. This can actually probably be turned on now. And then we'll just have to go farm calibrated servos somewhere. I feel like I actually found a spot that was giving me calibrated servos yesterday. Might have been over here. I think it was over here. Oh yeah, all these intel locations give calibrated servos for sure. So we'll go through some of these and get calibrated servos that way. And then a little jasmium and a little erythrite, and we should be good to go. We have, let's see. We have 7 of these. We're actually going to need a lot more large water cisterns. Or maybe just a bunch of little ones. We could get a bunch of steel. These will provide... We'll get these for half, right? Looks like we're going to need some more silicon, too. I don't know. How big are these? Are they 1.5? Yeah. And how big is this double size refinery? Oh, this is like almost a whole 2. Yeah, that's a whole ass 1.5, so there's no way I'm getting one of those. That's too bad. I'd love to get one of these in there. There is no way. Let's look at the size of the regular refinery compared to... Oh, no. It's just about the same size, actually. It's a little bigger. But I bet you I could squeeze one of these in there. I'd have to find a much flatter area to put it. But I might be able to do it. That would really kick my production into high gear there. Like a lot. Alright, let's go look for calibrated servos. We're actually not even going to take this one. Even though technically, actually this moves faster. Because I don't have the thruster on the other one. Never mind. Take this. And we're going to take it right here. Calibrated servos, servos, servos. Easily the most important resource in the end game. Calibrated servos. Holy shit. I use so many calibrated servos. I kind of like this area up here. Oh. Well, there isn't an area up there, never mind. Nerds. What they get for fighting each other. They should have been more prepared to fight me. Yeah, there's 20 calibrated servos. What's up? Getting it. Getting it. Do y'all carry calibrated servos? Doesn't look like it. Sorry. Wasn't paying attention there, Gravy. Where do you find thermoelectric coolers? You find thermoelectric coolers in the testing stations, in the PvE area, like the Aero of the deep desert. Is where I always get them from. Wasn't paying attention to my chat. Sorry. If I fail to answer something like that or something, just hit me with a text to speech. 'Cause it's not that I'm intentionally not paying attention. It's just because I get, focused on trying to do something or something like that. I forget to read chat sometimes. Because I'm an asshole. Give me my calibrated servos. That's all I'm here for. If they would just give them to me, instead of making me fight them for them, then they could all be alive still. But no, they gotta be super protective. Ooh, nice, Aerothreat. You gotta be super protective of their stupid calibrated servos. I mean, I get it. They're important. I need a lot of them too. I'm bigger and scarier than you. So you should just let me have them. All right, I think that's everything. I love suspensor belts. So good. That was easily one of the best traversal things I've ever seen get added to a game. I love the suspensor belt. I don't know who designed it. I don't know who set it up the way it is, but it is a masterpiece. The speed at which you go up or down, right? The amount that you can float, the utility that you can get out of it, like all of it just seems fine-tuned to freaking perfection. And I don't know how you get something that feels so good in a game and then like right next to it get things that feel as bad as some of the stuff in this game does. Like it boggles my mind. There, guy. That's pretty convenient. Kick a hornet's nest, snipe everybody down real quick. Run in, loot, profit. Oh, sounds like there's still some people around. Where are you? I don't normally keep fuel cells, but honestly, I've been running out of fuel cells a lot lately. We might keep some of these. This is nice. The exact same setup as the last one. Super convenient. Hmm. Guess we'll put some of this stuff. I've got my really large freaking assault chopper here. I don't know why. I didn't go ahead and put freaking stuff inside of its storage like an idiot. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. 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 All right. Two more of these. I said I need how many calibrated servos? A couple hundred, right? We're actually going to make it. I did not realize that you could get calibrated servos so well over here. This is definitely a new experience for me. I normally fly around like an idiot out in the deep desert trying to get calibrated servos out there. But this, I think, is working much better. this is that quest location for the Mentat quest and the Trooper quest. Oop. 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 I have the best sniper rifle in the game. So I did the Mentat and the Trooper quest over here, and apparently didn't pick up the intel while I was here, which is comical. And very on brand for me. If it's not a part of whatever objective I'm doing right at that moment, I will fail to realize that it can be done at all. There are not nearly as many chests here as I thought there were going to be. You identify yourself. I've identified you as a dead person. Zero threat. Catching some pretty serious frame drops here. A lot of these quest regions, specifically the points of interest that are related to some of the quests, just have really, really bad frame drops. And I don't know why. But they are glitchy as hell. Oop. You were looking in the wrong direction, bud. There were not very many calibrated servos in this one. I am not happy, Bob. Not happy. We're getting pretty close to what I think is the mark, though. I'm pretty sure it's 200. It's an Imperial testing station right next to a different POI. That's funny. Alright, y'all. I'm just going to park that there for a quick second. Whoops. Oh, I'm dying of dehydration. Why did nobody tell me? No. I can't be trusted to play the video game on my own. Y'all are supposed to keep me from being stupid. Okay. You're dead. bullshit. Nerds. Pretty sure I got everybody. Sniper rifles in your face. Nothing makes me happier than shooting enemies in the face with a sniper rifle. I mean, what could be more enjoyable? Yeah, later there, Zero Gravy. Have a good night. Enjoy your sleep. All right, I think that was everything. Now, where did I park my car? This isn't where I parked my car. And it looks like I have actually been down here to this one, but I didn't pick up the intel, so let's just go ahead and go back to it. Let's pick up the intel, because now I have 88 research points. It's on the other side of this. Can I go down through here? Perfect. Sure, game. That was super fun lag. Very much enjoyed that. Thank you. Let's see if it's the same as the last one. There'll be a chest out here. Where's all the enemies at? Did everybody hear I was coming? They all ran away. I think that's what happened. I don't know if it's actually what happened, but it's what I'm gonna say is what happened. They heard the hermit was coming and they all took off. Won't get paid enough for this shit. Except for this dude. He's real dedicated to his job. And now he's real dead. Poor guy. I'd feel really bad for him if he wasn't on the bad guys team. Okay, so let's double check here real quick how many calibrated servos I'm going to need. Making a bunch of these. 25. So we need 10 of these. So we're going to need 250 calibrated servos. And I have 230. I've got another 50 back at the base. We have enough. Good to go. That was way less painful than I expected. I have been having a really hard time with calibrated servos. And it's because I haven't been coming over here to get them here. Because, I mean, 230 a trip. The trip took me, what, 15, 20 minutes maybe? Maybe a half hour. But that's 3 large water catchers worth of calibrated servos. Or 4.5. Directional wind turbines. So that is more than enough in a day even. If I was just getting that every day, I'd be in a pretty good spot. So I have to start adding that to my rounds of stuff that I try to do. But that means that I'm in a spot where, I mean, I need a little more duraluminum and probably a little more silicone and some more cobalt paste. But that's like one trip of each of those things. I can do that in an hour or so. And I probably will do that a little later, just on my own. We can fill that up and get all that stuff. Make those real quick, and then we'll just destroy them and put all the stuff in a box. So probably tomorrow, by the time I get online, we'll have our whole box of everything that we need. And we'll have a really good idea about what we're taking into the deep desert on Tuesday. And then on Tuesday, we're just going to bang out there. We're going to drop our water storage or our water generation and storage base in the PvE zone. And then we're going to take our PvP base out to the PvP zone. And as soon as I've taken everything that I want into the PvP zone, I'm not leaving the deep desert at all. I will log out at the PvE base. And if I come up like I need some copper or something, I'll just go farm some copper. I'm going to take a buggy out there with me so that I can buggy some plastanium and stuff. And we're just going to see how much can I accumulate out there in a week if I don't ever leave. That means farming silicon out there. That means all that stuff. I guess one of the things I can't get out there is I can't get cobalt paste. There is no erythrite. There's no erythrite and there's no jasmium. And I think that's a huge oversight and they need to correct that. You should be able to get every resource in the deep desert. Having to come back to Haga Basin to get erythrite and jasmium is so annoying. Okay. Um, let's actually go take a look at the particle filters, because that's something that's actually going to be a pretty big deal. Were they up here? Oh, they are up here. Advanced particle filters. All right, so 14 silicon, 1 spice melange. Okay, so they're only 1 apiece. That's not bad. I'm going to have 20, and those 20 need to have 6 each, so they can last all day, because they last 24 hours on these. So I can have them going for a whole week out there. And how much water a day is that going to be getting me? So if I have 20 large water cisterns and they're getting me 150,000 every day, that's 3 million, which still isn't even, oh my goodness. That's awful. So what's 30 times, hang on. What's 30 times 135? 4,050? And then let's see, what's 350 times 10? It's only 3,500. Only 3 million water. That sucks. Because to make 120 plus stanium every hour for 24 hours, the agave seeds for the iodine pills are around in the odum. And I'll show you what they look like. Oh, there's one around here. Where are you, Mr. Agave plant? Here we are. So these little jobbers right here with the big red piece sticking off of them. Just boom. You have 5 agave seeds. And if you look, they show up not as the fiber plants. Hang on, I'm too close to this one. But if you scan, they kind of look like dandelions on your map. Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton of them. You can see I've got one over here. I've got one right here. There's one down here. So they're not really plentiful, but you get 5 seeds per plant. So you should be able to make enough iodine. You don't need a ton of iodine anyway, because you just don't have to go into that zone all that often. Choo, 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 choo. I love shooting rockets. Like a lot. I really enjoyed shooting those rockets at those people But I would like to change the button that the rockets are on. I don't like Q. You mean my structure that I built? It's my spaceport. Have you not seen this yet? It's been here for a while. But these are all my different landing pads. And you just come in and pick yourself a spot. It's got a little observation deck. Park yourself. I'm going to put storage in all of them. And then you've got your like control tower observation deck up here. I haven't decorated it or anything. But right, if you were in charge of air traffic control or something, you could be up here seeing everything. You got a little observation deck that pokes out. And then the inside is just a big old staircase with little doors. What I would love to do is if they had better permission systems where I could give specific people permissions to certain doors and stuff like that, then I would create I would give people permissions to specific landing pads and turn this into like a bazaar inside of my Haga Basin. And so you could bring your assault copter into your bazaar port. And then instead of a door here, I would maybe have like half walls or something that were kind of broken up so you could see through. And then you could like hawk your wares and people could run around on the inside here, and I just make the inside of this all public so that you could like run around inside of here and go talk to different people and trade shit and stuff like that. But you know, that's not really a possibility. But then it's all connected to my main base. I dig it. Yeah, one day I'm going to have all these landing pads filled because I can have 9 vehicles. So I'm going to make a bunch of like tier 6 assault copters and tier 6 scout copters. And I'm just going to leave them out and leave them in these landing pads just for the sake of coolness. Just to have them out. And I might get rid of these external walls and put pentashields here as well. And just have 4-sided pentashield walls. But we'll see. I'm pretty happy with my base. I mean, when you compare it to all of my bases in Once Human, this is a pretty fucking cool base. I mean, it has a balcony. I'm just saying, I've never had a balcony before. And the balcony looks out over one hell of a view. I mean, I might have the best view in the whole game, honestly. But let's see here. Do I have any cool furniture I can put down? What does all that say? Oh, okay. You get it. Let's see. I don't have any furniture. Got a couple of decos. A little bit of lighting. I have no furniture. Put these out here. Boop. Is that a donkey? I think it's a horse, but it kind of looks like a donkey. We'll put this guy over here. little Muad'Dib. What's up, little buddy? And then on top, you know what? That's true. We're gonna call it a donkey then. For sure, for sure. We put this right in the center. Just blam. And then when I can, I'll put some couches around it. Put a couch right here. Put a couch over here. So let's get some lighting. What I want, can I put a wall light right here? Perfect. Perfect. Rawr, I'm a sandworm. I guess I could center that light a little better. Of course, I don't think the sandworm is centered either. We got 1, 2 on that side, we got 1, 2 on this side, so let's center the sandworm.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
That seems pretty centered. I dig it. Looks good. Get a light for the donkey as well. Do I want to put the light behind the donkey? Turn him into a silhouette? Or do I want to do like this one? Put it in the front. I honestly kind of like these going in the front like this. Bam. Donkey. And then this dude just kind of has his own lights. Because he's dope like that.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Getting it. Getting it. Let's make some cobalt paste. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Starting to really enjoy this base. What do we need here? We need more duraluminum. Alright. We're gonna go get some jasmium real quick.
Sector weather alert.
Let this storm pass, and then we'll go get our little buddy thing down there. Mark 5 red suit, Mark 5 red suit. Take both of those with us, just in case something terrible happens. we back up to almost 500 milliliters of water. Or 500,000, not 500. Goodness. So much water. That's going to be a big part of prep too, is I got to get enough plastanium and enough spice melange and enough insulated fabrics that I can turn into the better version of the fabrics so that I can make a bunch of those dodecaliter johns. So I can move more water. Because I definitely don't want to be doing that if I can't move just an ass ton of water. We're going to go ahead and drop down here. We're going to find ourselves a little sheltered spot. We're going to put this in there. Do I get shelter right here? Yes, I do. Oh, then it went away. Alright, that says sheltered. Probably I won't get another sandstorm, but I just don't want to lose so much durability on my little jobber there. And now we're just going to roll out in our Jeep. Go get ourselves a whole pack of jasmium. And then we should be able to make as much duraluminum as we need, which is one go of the jasmium here. Because we can get so much jasmium. Like enough to make 1,000 duraluminum, which is way more than we need, so we're good. It's a pretty long drive, but that's okay. I really enjoy, and I hope that they don't do anything to sort of circumvent this, and I guess they kind of already have, because you've got the carrier ornithopter can carry the Jeep. But I really like that sometimes I need to go drive to where I'm going to go. It feels very exploratory. And I really like exploring these worlds, and so it feels like I'm on a little mini adventure to go get jasmium. And it's a little bit of a burden, and it does mean that I have to set aside extra time when I need jasmium to go do, you know, a longer run. But I like how impactful that feels. And I would rather, what I would prefer is for them to balance the game based on how many of these runs I need to do at any given time. So like going to do this once a day or once every 2 or 3 days is totally fine. So make it have to be an adventure, right? Make me have to go drive out there, you know, make sure that I'm prepared, that I bring water, that I do all of that stuff to go get my jasmium, because it's fun to go out there and do, and it's, you know, it's an experience to go out there and do. And then just balance how much jasmium I need and how much duraluminum I need based on how many times you think I should need to be going out here in a day. And I think, you know, once every 3 days is probably acceptable. But then you can make the gathering take longer and just put it further away, right? Make me drive over there. Make me, you know, maybe go through some areas where there's maybe some other stuff that I might want. So maybe I'll stop off and do some other things. And then I'm taking the same amount of time to do the gathering, but instead of, you know, quick 10-minute trips right around my base, I'm going on these excursions. And that's definitely more with the survival vibe. That's more with the Dune vibe even. And that's definitely more enjoyable, more entertaining. So I'm glad that these are a little bit longer. You know, and it fits with like the deep desert stuff too. Like if I want spice, I gotta go out in the deep desert. I gotta go have an experience. I gotta go look around for it. The deep desert's a little bit less fun, I think, than driving my buggy around in the Haga Basin. driving the buggy around in the Haga Basin is super entertaining. And I think that's mostly because there's nothing in the deep desert that can potentially hurt you when you're flying. And I think that's a problem that a lot of survival games struggle with, is we want to give you flying vehicles, but we don't know how to stop flying from breaking the game. And so you get a flying vehicle, and then immediately you're completely immune to basically everything. You no longer have any need to actually survive or avoid, enemies or any of that. You just naturally avoid them by virtue of the flat fact that you're flying. And so it's difficult, I know, to make, there are no flying enemies, for example, in Dune. At least not like flying creatures. I guess you have the Sardaukar. You have other factions. So honestly, I mean, maybe just even adding a couple of rocket ornithopters from the other factions that are NPCs might be enough to go ahead and make it valuable. But as this stuff stands right now, it is not. Syndicate helmet, nice. Actually, don't think I have that one yet. I don't need that. Don't need you. Don't need you. Don't need you. Who needs you? Whoops. Alright. Let's go do the damn thing. Let's fill up on fuel. Whoops. Let's fill up on fuel so I don't have to worry about it. Let's cruise. I am going to drive really far across the sand dunes in the deep desert. From my base down to the titanium, well, I guess I'm not going to do it this week. But next week, there are some pretty decent chunks of real estate. But I think the worms are quite a bit less active in the deep desert than they are here in the Haga Basin. I think the ones in the Haga Basin are a little more aggressive. Maybe because they don't have the grandfather worms, like kind of running around, putting them in check. So the little worms are just a little more active or something. I don't really know. Maybe I'm just imagining things. But I feel like I can spend a lot more time out on the dunes in the deep desert than I can here in this regular area in the Haga Basin. So we're going to be driving our Jeep around a little bit in the deep desert because I want to start gathering on a much, much larger scale in the deep desert. Okay, I'm getting my ass kicked. Not sure why I was going to work so hard. Sure, that was cool. I have a turret. Turret slaps. Don't have to work hard at all. I wonder if these have anything useful in them. Little Solari. Little Solari. Probably shouldn't turn my nose up at pre-Solari, but I'm gonna. Fuck it. We got our tier 6 cut array on. I actually haven't been paying attention to how much we get from a tier 6. We have our unique buggy boot and a tier 6 cut array, which is fantastic. Let's see. 337. Hell to the yeah. That is a lot of jasmium. It'd make filling this thing up way easier. I understand why they went ahead and made using the cut array on the buggy a two-person thing, but I really wish it was like an either or. Like if you had two people, somebody could just be in charge of the laser. But if you didn't, you know, maybe it was just the Q button that went ahead and activated it. Because I would really love to not have to be switching back and forth and save, you know, that little bit of time while I'm out here doing this. It feels bad to not just be able to aim and hit Q. And I understand, you know, that changes the whole mode of how everything... Well, no, it doesn't even change the mode of how everything works. Because when you're driving, right, the vehicle doesn't turn based on where you're looking. The vehicle turns based on the buttons you're pressing. So honestly, I could still have a turret up here. And I could still aim that turret and click Q or something. So you wouldn't even have to change the look mode of the game or of the Jeep in order to do that. So I would very much like to see that happen. I would very much like to see us get the ability to just solo farm with this thing without having to jump back and forth between the seats. I think that's reasonable. $4,000 jasmine already? What's up, dude? That's probably enough. I could probably turn around right now and just have enough. We're gonna go ahead and fill up and then head back out. Ain't no sense. That's one of the most important things I think about this game, is because it does take a while to go out and do stuff. You really should fill up when you do stuff. And so that means kind of knowing, like I made a mistake earlier because I didn't really know how much the things I was after were going to weigh. And I didn't really pay attention to the fact that I wasn't filling up my assault ornithopter while I was getting those calibrated servos. And so I wasted quite a bit of the travel time by not filling up my assault ornithopter. I probably should have just gone ahead and like farmed erythrite while I was there. It's a small optimization, and it's not really gonna hurt me because, you know, it's not a terribly long distance, but it was something that I could have done to make the erythrite farm feel less of a burden. And it's something I could do to prevent myself from needing to do a lot of erythrite farming in the future, is if I go and I do that calibrated servo farm, and then just on the way back, right? I stop at some of the erythrite places and fill up my assault orny on erythrite. Then I can not need to go and make special trips. So now I kind of trick my brain a little into saying, okay, I'm not going on an erythrite farm. I'm going to go do an erythrite / calibrated servo farm. And I really need both of those resources. Both of those things, cobalt-based and calibrated servos, really prevent me from being able to build stuff. So now I feel much better about the trip overall. But maybe it's just me who needs to trick myself into playing the video game. Maybe everybody else is just happy to be playing. But I have to trick myself. I have to convince myself that what I'm doing is the best use of my time. Otherwise I get locked. You'll notice sometimes when I've got a few things that I want to do, I'll kind of get locked in my base. And I'll just be chilling, not doing anything. And it's because my brain can't figure out what the optimum path is. And so I'm just stuck. Does make it easier if you're doing the farming runs for more than one thing. Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's definitely the way I feel. But I also recognize that other people maybe aren't crazy. And they can just happily play the video game. I wonder if I'm going to get out of here before I die. I'm about to cross this expanse. Okay, we're good. Because there's a chance there that I could have been crossing this little expanse and just died midway and then got my Jeep eaten by a worm. They are crazy. They just figured out how to hide it better. That might be true. I am unabashedly crazy. I don't hide that shit at all. Hermit just be letting that freak flag fly. I probably should stop and pick up those. Does anybody know a good spot to farm plant fibers? They come back pretty quick, and honestly, this might be the best spot right here. Let's go check. Because they come back fairly quickly. And so what you really need is like a small place, a small area, where there's a couple of really good clumps. And then you just need to be able to like run a circle. Because they come back hella fast. So we've got those ones on that other side. There was a nice big clump over here, right? Yeah, so 75 plant fibers. Are there any more on any of these other sides over here? Are there any going through this middle over here? Doesn't look like it. So I guess the only thing is do they come back so fast that they're back now? It doesn't look like it. So I'd need to find, somewhere that's maybe twice that big, that has maybe 2 or 3 times as many plant fibers that I can pick up. So, we've got this other spot over here. We've got some plant fibers over here. There's 5 there. So that's 25. There's 3 more, so that's 40. Yeah, so there's only 40 worth right there. What about over here? There's 2 there. There's 2 there, so that's only 20. There's another 2, maybe, so 20 or 30. Oop, got 15 minutes left here. Man, that's too bad. That one little spot right there at that first rock formation is just so good. I really need a good spot for plant fibers. Yeah, so I figured the place that I would want to drive right now from my base to where the titanium is in the deep desert is about twice as long as this little run that I just took right there across the desert. Maybe a 2.5 times. So I think it's totally passable there. I wonder if you get more spice per area with the spice harvester as you do, the compactors. The compactors all compact the same area of spice sand, but they give you different amounts. You get 60 from the Mark IV, and then you get 80 from the Mark VI. And then I've got a Mark V unique, and it's giving me 77. So I actually get more spice sand than I normally would from those small blows if I use the Mark V instead of just the regular Mark IV compactor. So I wonder if I made like a sand crawler and I just went around looking for those little ones here in the Haga Basin with my carrier, with my carrier and my sand crawler, would I then be able to get like 1,000 per little one? Or something like that. I mean, it still wouldn't be very efficient, but it could be fun. It'd give me at least an excuse to be able to solo use a sand crawler. And that's important. I definitely want to use my sand crawler. Definitely want to make one and get it out there. And I mean, if I have to, I'll just go use it late night on a rig mouth. I mean, I'll probably do that anyway. But it'd be cool to be able to just kind of tool around Haga Basin, get a little extra spice. I'm just in love with Haga Basin. It's really too bad that by virtue of the lore, the deep desert can't be more like Haga Basin. With little pockets of really drivable area like this, and maybe in the future, maybe they'll change their design strategy on the deep desert. I hope. I would love to see even a small rift that only goes through like one zone, maybe in a diagonal or something. It's super deep and super cool. Even if it's not always there, maybe it's a special event thing, or I don't even know. I would just love to see some changes made out there. Even if they're not permanent, even if they're not always. It'd be cool to see some really dynamic shit happen. I love that tier 6 cut array. Makes life so easy. If you don't have a tier 6 cut array on your buggy, you're fucking up. Look at all that jasmium. Look at you. What you gonna do with all that junk? All that junk inside that trunk? All right. Well, instead of having y'all just sit here and watch me move this stuff and then giving you an outro, this is the last thing we're gonna do before we get off here. So we'll just do the intro or the outro now. So thanks everybody for coming by. Really active chat. I've checked a couple of times and we actually had quite a few people watching today too. So thank you very much to all the lurker folks out there who are just here to support the channel and enjoy the show. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate having a larger audience recently. It's been a lot of fun, so thank you all so much. We will be back tomorrow, like I said, doing a little more prep work for next week. Next week, we're going to spend the whole week in the deep desert, primarily in the PvP section. And at some point, we may actually try and do a challenge for ourselves where we just live in the PvP section of the deep desert. If we can find a better way to hide our base, probably will be a requirement of being able to do that, because we can't be on all the time. And if our base is too big, if our base looks too juicy, it'll just get raided down, and there's really not anything we can do about that as a solo. So if we can find a way to really hide a real functional base in the deep desert, then we'll try and spend a whole PvP week out there. And just run around killing people and gathering resources and having a good time with it. But for sure next week we will only be in the deep desert. I'm going to avoid coming back to Haga Basin at all costs and see how much spice and how much plastanium we can get in a week. Just really going hard at the deep desert. So yeah, I hope everybody is going to enjoy that. Hope everybody enjoyed the stream today. And I hope everybody has a great day. And I will see you all on the next one tomorrow.